Hey, and welcome. Good to see ya. Saw your comment earlier, responded to it. Just got word that they should be all fixed, so hope everything's gonna be going well. Hey, Dave, welcome. Thanks for being here, I appreciate it. It wasn't too bad. Our weather hasn't gotten extraordinarily hot, and it started at what, 7 this morning, or 6:30 this morning when I woke up. So it wasn't too bad. A squirrel ran into the primary lines. Fuses didn't trip fast enough, and it did some damage at the top of the pole, so they had to come out and do some repairs on it other than just replacing fuses. But it took them a little longer than normal. Really looking forward to today. Hope everything goes okay. Finished my tactician run last night and played it out a much different way in the finale because there was an achievement that I was missing. So played it out a much different way, and it was dark. I can't even believe that Larian wrote that ending. We're already past that, Em. Um, or wait, which body parts do you mean, actually? Now that you say that. Hey, Andy, welcome. Oh, yeah, you mean the grilled dwarf, or roasted dwarf. If I need it, I'm going to use it. That's why I've been carrying around the berries and the roasted dwarf parts, is because they don't take an action to use. Yeah. So if I need them today, we'll definitely use them. But yeah, I was carrying the berries around because you could use them to trigger the healing effect, and that would trigger the poison off of Broodmother's Revenge. I just didn't really need it in any of the fights that I was in by the time I got there, and then once I got Baldur's Helm, it took the replacement of those. But yeah, kind of the same thing. If there's an emergency, I'm definitely going to use them. And that's why I bring Shadowheart along, is because she still has her divine intervention as well. I'm not going to want to get this far. I mean, I'm sure a bunch of you are familiar with Wolfheart's video of his honor mode playthrough. So I would prefer for that not to happen. Let's just say that. Yeah, honor mode's, you know, a step up from tactician, which is what I completed on last night to get both of the achievements that I got last night. But yeah, I'm hoping most of the things play out similarly today. But we'll see how it goes. I know there's a big change to how to play the Netherbrain in honor mode, and I'll be anxious to see how well that plays out once we get there. But still have a lot of stuff to do before then. Hey, Rudi, welcome. Yeah, glad it's back as well. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Welcome, everyone, to today's live stream, episode number 53, and the last episode of the Baldur's Gate 3 Honor Mode gameplay series. I'm Commander Jarval, and I want to thank you for coming along on our journey today. And hey, Vider, welcome. Good to see you again. So, on our admin notes, a couple. First, we'll start with the channel admin notes. Today is going to be the last episode of this live stream. I'm pretty sure we're going to get it done in 3 hours, but if we don't, we're going to continue until we finish it. I don't think that's going to be an issue, but today is definitely going to be the last episode of it. I am going to take a little break, probably, for a couple of weeks to get fully prepared for the next live stream. At this point, it looks like it's going to be Kingdom Come Deliverance. I am definitely going to start with Kingdom Come Alright, got a frog in my throat there. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. I have downloaded it. I've started doing a little bit in it, taking a bunch of notes, but I want to make sure that I've gotten fully prepared for it so that we can dive right into it and not have it turn into a cow punching, flower picking simulator. There is going to be a little bit of the flower picking part, but I want to try and make it interesting gameplay, and I kind of want to be prepared a little more than I am now for it. But that is right now what we're going to be moving into. Now, the Divinity Original Sin is going to get a spot on the playlist. Once we get closer toward the midpoint of the Avowed livestream, I'm probably going to start a Divinity Original Sin playthrough on Wednesdays, and then move that to the Avowed livestream spot on Sundays when Avowed ends. We've had a couple of votes on it. It's come in second place in both of them now, and I think that gives me a really good idea that people want to see it played. So we are going to start with Divinity Original Sin 1 as well. That is probably going to be a couple of months away, is my guess. I had started preparing for it last time, just in case, and then people wanted to see me do an honor mode run here instead. So I'm going to have to go back and revisit all of that and make sure I'm prepared for that. But I have decided that we are going to do that as well. So keep an eye on channel updates, and we'll kind of lay out a timeline for how things are going to work. So on the game admin notes, the big news this week is that patch 8 is going to be released on Tuesday. The 15th, I believe it is. 13th, yeah, the 15th of April. There's going to be a Twitch live stream to go along with that. If you go look at Larian's social media page, you will see that they have a link to a live stream, and it's going to be with one of the lead developers for a lot of the multi-class stuff that's happened in patch 8, as well as their directed communications. So we finally got a full release date on patch 8, and it's going to be after this one ends. So I'm undecided on what to do with it. I don't do short form videos, and that's simply because I'm horrifically slow at editing. I'm way too much of a perfectionist when it comes to my editing, and it takes a very long time for me to edit a short form video out of gameplay, and that's why I just don't have additional time for it right now. Maybe I can put up a couple of videos about it. We'll kind of wait and see what happens once it releases. I am still going to be going back and taking a look at the subclasses and all that sort of stuff, but whether or not we do anything with it on the channel, we'll wait and see. So I think that's it for the admin notes. So, oh, and you're welcome, ma'am. No worries. It's the end of a very long run of Baldur's Gate 3 content. I have been playing this game for a very long time now. I'd actually have to go back and look and see when my first Ranger gameplay early access video was released. But I've had a really, really good time playing this game. I'm still not, entirely done with it. I have well over 2,000 hours of gameplay in the game right now, and it looks like it was June 12th of 2022, so almost 3 years I've been playing this game on live stream. So it's a little hard to believe that it's coming to an end in certain ways. I'm glad that all of you have enjoyed it. It's been a really good time. So, and Andy, if you'd like, make your comment known in the poll, and we'll kind of go from there and see what we want to do. So, on a recap, at the end of last week's episode, we made our way into the final act of the game, and due to some evolution on behalf of the Elder Brain into a Netherbrain, we were not able to control the Netherbrain. And the Emperor had to come in and save us, and we ended up inside the Astral Prism again, and that's where we're going to jump in here and continue on with where we were. And thank you for that, Andy, very much. I appreciate it. I've certainly enjoyed having all of you along for the multiple runs that we've done as well. It's been a pleasure. Okay, so here we are inside of the Astral Prism, and there's nothing
have to keep going
really to do in here. We've been through all of this already. There are some crafting materials that you can pick up here. There are some more things that you can pick up, and there is going to be an opportunity to sell items a little bit. So if you are short on gold and you want to prepare a little more, or if you want to pick up and craft some final crafting ingredients, feel free to do that here. I'm not going to do that. And yeah, that's something that's been requested a few times, was to add some mods in, and I'm going to be experimenting with that on my own as well. And these are the remains of the fight that we had last time we were here. You're going to get a save here, and we're going to go talk to the Emperor.
I have something to ask.
I have assessed our encounter with the Netherbrain from every angle. I know why we failed. The problem was not the stones. The problem was you. You can make only one move at a time, but the Netherbrain calculates every possible at once. It knows what you will do. It knows everything you could possibly do. You cannot outmaneuver it. To defeat it, you would have to think like an Elithid. Better yet, be one. Your mind is not capable of this. Mine is. You will give the stones to me. I will assimilate Orpheus, and then I will be able to leave this prison to face the brain.
This fella and his ultimatums. But he's forgetting one thing. We could become Illithid. I mean, I could. You could trust me to do what needs to be done.
And yeah, sorry about that, Andy. That's the first time I put that banner up, and I was intending to leave it up until I clicked continue and then take it down, and I forgot it was up there. So thank you for reminding me about that. I appreciate it.
I will consume his thoughts, his knowledge, his brain. You still don't trust me. After all we've been through. Remember, I have been your salvation from the very beginning. Your knight in shining armor. I freed you from the Nautiloid. Prevented you from crashing to your death. I have protected you ever since, at no small cost to myself. I came to you as a leader, but I did not shy away from showing you vulnerability. I needed you as much as you needed me. I was not above recognizing this. When you discovered my true identity, I did not flinch from the truth. I never lied to you, Not once. I am just like you. We have the same enemy, the same story. I encouraged you to fulfill your potential, all while protecting you from harm. Now I ask you for the last time to trust me. Release the Nether Stones to me.
So here is your choice. I understand him being Baldur, wanting to save the city in his way. However, I have to balance, from a role-playing perspective, I have to balance the needs of an entire race of individuals who are currently being held captive by false god. I think if that conversation was able to be had with Baldur, he would realize that there's another way that this can play out, and if that meant him sacrificing himself as part of it to help both the city survive and the Githyanki be free from captivity, I think he would take it. The game doesn't allow us to do some sort of option like that. So I am going to free Orpheus in this playthrough.
I told you we have to trust one another. I told you the Githyanki would only want to kill you for what you are. Still, you choose to break our alliance. Even united, the Netherbrain was going to be an impossible enemy. But apart, we have no chance of survival. Very well. Since you will not work with me, you work against me. You leave me no option but to join the Netherbrain.
We can free Orpheus.
I just hope he'll be
Okay,
receptive to us.
so that can make the final fight more difficult. It's not going to, for us, in any appreciable way, but it can make what you're going to be doing more difficult, because we are going to have to be dealing with him. He will show up as an adversary during the final fight.
Another day, another fight.
As the Githyanki prince takes his blade, a silent cry pierces your head. It's unlike any sensation you've ever felt.
You reek of Illithid. You stole an unborn hatchling from my people. And you slaughtered my honor guard. Nonetheless, it seems we must be allies. You may address me as Your Majesty. Make no mistake. Were it not for our common goal, I would strangle you where you stand. Your very existence tests my self-restraint. I will neither forgive nor forget your abuse of my powers. That is false. You had the opportunity to surrender yourself to my honor guard. They would have given you a noble end. Any worthy individual destined to become Geik would have done so. My guard would have freed me, and I would have stopped the Elder Brain before it evolved into a Netherbrain. All that suffering, avoidable, were it not for the choices you made. In this, we are aligned. I am obliged to overlook your transgressions. We will destroy the Netherbrain together, and put a stop to this nascent empire before it expands into the stars. The Geik was correct about one thing. The Netherbrain's power is beyond us. The hardest metal in the world would not cut through its mind, for it is made of thought itself. At this point, it will take an Illithid to unleash the full potential of the Netherstones.
Okay, so you can take a moment, talk to your companions about this. However,
just as I was free, I will do it. I will become Illithid. I will sacrifice my soul for my people. I will end the grand design.
and this is the choice that I believe Baldur could have made as well, in Orpheus's place. And this is kind of wish I was there. I wish there was an option there to try and convince him of that in the game script, but there just isn't.
The Netherbrain will be only too pleased to claim me. Even in my darkest hours, I knew it was my destiny to save my people. I could never have imagined this would be the way. Give Kartavkim crushed. All to wield these. Let us seek out the Netherbrain and finish this. Once the grand design is ended, kill me. It is the very least you can do.
Okay, and we want to make sure that we re-equip our Deva mace here. We don't need the Orphic hammer anymore. It's still marked as packed weapon, but okay, and now we're going to take care of a couple more things here while we're here. And that's because, you see, once we moved into the astral plane, it gave us the equivalent of a long rest.
What am I to do?
However,
Touch me.
some things do
Wretched
not
thing, pull
react
yourself
as if you
together.
got a long rest, and that is specifically
Let's get
the
on with
Drake
it.
Throat Glaive and item-based actions and abilities. If I would have used the Drake Throat Glaive beforehand, I would not have this available. It would be grayed out. Even though it says it comes back on a long rest, it would not. And there are some item-based things like that that do not treat what just happened to me as a long rest. And that's why I did not use the Drake Throat Glaive up until this time, and why I'm going to use it now, because I'm going to buff myself back up here.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
And we will have use for Speak with Animals this time.
Wanna dance?
Okay, and we're going to shapeshift everybody this time.
Close.
We're going to take every bonus that we can get here.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
So one more.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
Let's see. We did now.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Thank you, M. And Rudi, both, thank you. Okay. And now our elixirs. So Astarion is going to take Cloud Giant. No.
Keep your distance, darling.
Shadowheart, we already have the Gauntlets of Hill Giant Strength on Karlach, so she doesn't need to take a 21 for Hill Giant Strength. Like I said, they're not Hill Giant. I think they're Frost Giant with a strength of 23. But we're going to have Shadowheart take one, and there's a reason for that. Okay.
Still in control. Just.
And I think that's it for... Oh, yep, nope. One more thing.
I'm ready.
And we don't need any of those camp supplies.
All is ashen meat.
Okay.
I'll give it a shot.
Yes, I saw that as soon as I did it. Didn't want to interrupt the cutscene though. So, first mistake of the run.
With haste.
I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to rectify it though here in a little bit. So, in here now we see that we have Orpheus as a companion. He is a controllable companion for us, and he has a very, very useful ability for us. And that is Extract Brain. We can lobotomize a nearby creature that is stunned, prone, sleeping, or unconscious. We have multiple ways to cause an enemy to be knocked prone. We can do it with Karlach's Enraged Throw. We can do it with Astarion's multiple attack, why can't I think of it, where he knocks you prone. And we also have Stunning Strike from Astarion as well. So the Flurry of Blows, topple. So we have multiple ways to trigger a condition that then would allow the Emperor to do a large amount of damage. Now, we have permanent Mind Sanctuary. While in combat, they can use actions and bonus actions interchangeably. That is not really permanent. I think this might be a bug in how things work, but we'll look at it here in a little bit. But he has a full host of Mind Flayer abilities to use as well. And as part of that, we're going to give everybody Shield of Thralls. Actually, yes, we're going to do Shield of Thralls now. Why didn't that work?
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Because I've already got temporary hit points.
Oh, I could go for a good meal.
And I have a higher amount of temporary hit points from the from Tharkiate Vigor, that it doesn't give it to me. If that's the case, it doesn't really matter. Now he is going to have so it's considering him wild shaped. That's an interesting piece of game code.
Can't give up now.
Okay. I didn't use this throughout my first playthrough, or my playthrough last night. I remembered it afterward last night. So I wasn't entirely sure how the interactions worked. We're going to get a cutscene up here.
Istark, you held the future of a people in your hands. How dare you take our prince from us? How dare you parade around this abomination?
Voss, give Kartav Kim crushed.
What?
Stand down. The true heir has spoken.
No. It can't be. Orpheus, my prince. What's become of you?
The grand design must be ended. A sacrifice had to be made. The duty fell to me. I am not long for this world, or any other.
What of Vlaakith? What of our liberty?
You underestimate your own people. Their imaginations have kept the name Orpheus alive for millennia. Bring them my message. Tell them my fate. Some will doubt, some will mock, but some will listen, and the spark will be lit. Find your nerve, my friend. Today, we strike at the brain. This champion holds the key to the Grand Design's end. Answer to her as you would to me.
Your Majesty.
I have spoken.
As you wish. I stand at the ready.
Your friendship, your constancy. When I fell to despair, they elated me. Thank you, my friend. Shavazai.
Shavazai.
Now, to the Netherbrain. Let it be the first victim in the war for the skies.
Okay, and that's going to update Gather Your Allies. We have now made an ally of Kithrak Voss. So, the problem here is if you side with the Emperor and you come into this cutscene, you're going to have a DC 30 persuasion check to persuade Kithrak Voss and his Githyanki to join with you. If you don't, you will have combat right there that you have to deal with. But since we have Orpheus with us, it doesn't turn into anything. Now there's also stuff you can search on your way in to the High Hall here. So there are things that you can pick up. And you can sell these. Like I say, there is going to be another opportunity to sell.
Someone there?
There's nothing that we're really going to alert or to loot here, but I do want to show you. There is a chest up here that you can loot, and there's another dead body here that you can loot.
No one stopped me yet. Very well.
And we're going to get another cutscene here. But now out here, you have another way that you can go exploring, but you don't really want to yet. You want to make your way in through the double doors up here.
We have lost much already, and we will lose more before the day is out. But even when the last soul falls, Baldur's Gate will stand. For Baldur's Gate is more than just a city. It is more than a place of opportunity for those of mercantile spirit. More than a place of refuge for those who are lost. More than a home for friends, loved ones, and adventuring souls. Baldur's Gate is a place where anyone can find what they need, if they're just willing to fight for it. Today, Baldur's Gate needs us. Today, we fight for... You're late, friend. This is the one you spoke of.
The very same. The champion we've been waiting for. The one who will save Baldur's Gate from ruin.
The Fist examines your illithid ally with suspicion. He was not expecting the savior of Baldur's Gate to be accompanied by a mind flayer.
Appearances may change, but they do not mask the one within. This one, I know. Observe with whom it traveleth. Friends. This mind flayer will fight with thee. It will save thy city and thy lives.
The Fist eyes your illithid ally with suspicion, softening to curiosity. His hostility melting at the recognition that there's more behind those eyes than malice.
My steel is yours, and I'm not alone.
You helped me once. I figured it's time I paid you back. With magic.
I'm better at crafting steel than wielding it. Your friend here is armored and potion-fueled and ready for battle.
I have marshaled the best the Flaming Fist has to offer. We will fight to the last.
You've unexpected friends. But my debt to you still stands. The Iron Hand Gnome's firepower is yours to command. Just show us where it's needed.
Your safety is of paramount importance, citizen. My services are at your disposal.
Whatever strength I have to lend, I will lend it. I will make my city proud again.
Did you think I was gonna let you have all the fun? Mole looks out for her friends. Mind flayers included. And she'll have your back. Trust me.
You carried me once, friend. And now, I'll carry you.
You can count on me, little rabbit, and your squiddy friend. I thirst for the hunt.
I made some improvements to Ramesses' arcane artillery. Give the word and the sky falls on any who stand in your way.
Not sure what I have to offer a mind flare, if I'm honest. But I hope my words of encouragement and reassurance will strengthen your resolve.
The journey has been brutal, but I stand here a Hell Rider once more. And I would die a proud man if I died this day.
I want my city back. And I've brought the toughest bastards from the guild to get the job done.
All the strength of the lands we healed flows through me, and from me to you. And whatever company you keep.
Nature's servant awaits.
Glad to have you with us, and not a moment too soon.
The air is thick with anticipation. All eyes are on you. They're expecting a speech, something to stir their hearts and put fire in their bellies for the fight ahead.
Well said. We'll prepare ourselves. We'll be ready when you call upon us. Balduran's grace be with you.
Okay, and this is going to see the culmination of all of the Gather Your Allies quests. And it is now going to complete down here. And we can see a couple of things have changed. One, our buff list has significantly increased. Okay, and that's because we have all of the benefits of freedom of movement through Weave Walker. We cannot be magically paralyzed or restrained. Okay, it snaps an ally out of any stun. This does not make you immune to being stunned. However, difficult terrain can't slow us down either. And this comes from Arabella. And everybody gets it. Then we have Rallied. So Rallied is going to get us 30 temporary hit points. And this is what I was interested to see. Because this is 30 temporary hit points, which is higher than the 10 granted by Shield of Thralls. So I was anxious to see if Rallied removes Shield of Thralls, and it appears that it does. Because you can only have one source of temporary hit points. So the Shield of Thralls isn't going to be able to be used during this, because we're going to get Rallied from Duke Ravengard. Fetcher's Favor is because we saved Maul. We can now cast Rays of Fire. It reduces fire damage by 5, and we gain an additional 1d4 to charisma checks and saving throws. Rays of Fire is Scorching Ray, so we can use this once per short rest here. And then Volo. Volo is giving us a +2 bonus to attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. Now this overrides the -2 that I'm getting from Tactician/Honor mode. So now I'm back to normal with my attack rolls, which is nice to have. And then Spirit of the Land. This is from Saving Thaniel. He gives us a +1 to all ability scores and an additional 2 meters of movement speed. So looking at our character sheets, most of ours were going to be odd numbers. Okay, we do have an additional +1 to intelligence that we got from Karlach here. And we got an additional +1 to Astarion's charisma because he was odd numbered previously. You can actually respec before you go in to the morphic pool and put specific numbers to be odd, knowing that you're going to get this +1 here. It's just one more source of optimization for you. For me, I didn't think it was necessarily important that I do it, but you certainly can optimize that way. And now you see all of our allies here. It's a great little picture here to see. Now, some of those allies aren't giving us buffs, so what are they giving us? Well, that is here. In combat, you have the ability to call forth certain allies, and this list is going to depend upon who you've had encounters with and how you've played those out. My personal playthrough, I had a couple of ballast assassins here because I embraced my father's decision to have me as his chosen, and you'll get another group in here that will give you another buff. But we have, because of Kithrak Voss joining us, we have the Kithraki Inferno. This is basically wall of fire that's upcasted. And it's really, really nice. And again, you can only use this once in your adventure. Okay, then you have the Roland's Firestorm. If you rescued Roland and had him take over the tower, then you can call in an upcasted fireball, which is what this is. Plus, this fireball does additional force damage as well. Again, only once per adventure. And then we get things that we can call in allies. So we have our owlbear. So you can call them, we can call the owlbear in, we can have a fight, but if they die, they cannot be resummoned. Okay, same thing with Floric. She brought in some of her personal guard. We have the Iron Hand Grenadiers because of Barkus taking over the Iron Hand Gnomes. We have the Gondian Steel Watcher because we saved the Gondians as well. We have Zlorb. Zlorb is the strange ox that we rescued, and we'll call him in so that you can see what he is. But he's actually a shape-shifting ooze. We have Yrgir that we can bring in, and we've seen him in a fight before. We have a platoon of Hell Riders. These are paladins that we can bring in. We also have some fixers from Guildmaster Keen here for keeping her safe. If you had sided with the Zentarum, then you are supposed to have a group of Zentarum here. Unfortunately, I think at last check it was bugged and you didn't get any of them. Or no, I take that back. If you kept Roa Moonglow alive and sided with them, then you would get the Zentarum archers here. There's a way that you can kill Roa and still side with the Zentarum, but if you do that, you do not get the allies here. And last is the Harpers. We can get some Harpers to come in with us because of our interactions with Jaheira. Now, we're going to save all of these for the final fight, and we're going to make our way through this big fight in here on our own. Okay. Now, you see there's a bunch of people that have vendor icons on. The only ones that you can really trade with in any meaningful way is Cole the Red here.
Bodies, bloods, this is the dream. Knew I was smart to sneaks in. The skelly boy said I could stay if I sold you stuff. So hurry up. Buy, buy, buy! Really? Oh, don't you go getting chopped up. I need customers!
Okay, and here, this gives you an opportunity to buy some high-powered spells, specifically Scrolls of Invulnerability, which I'm going to buy one. And then you also have some of the Arcane Cultivation Elixirs and a Potion of Angelic Slumber. So you can buy these and you gain the benefits of either a short rest or a long rest here. It's also going to pick up some other elixirs that I'm going to pick up, specifically the Elixir of Viciousness here. You're going to have another Elixir of Cloud Giant Strength if you want. I'm not going to be using it because I'm going to be using the Elixir of Viciousness instead, as well as some potions of Supreme Healing and some other things down here. So he has a decent inventory for you to use if you're a little short, and this is why you might want to pick up some of those items and loot some of the bodies out there so that you have more items to sell.
Don't go dying. I'll be real mad.
Okay, so for me, Karlach doesn't have an elixir right now. We have one on Shadowheart, we have one on Astarion. We don't have one on Karlach, and I'm going to remedy that by giving her the Elixir of Viciousness. That's going to reduce her critical hit chance by 1, so now she is critting on 17, 18, 19, and 20, I think. As for myself, I'm going to hold off for a little bit. I'm going to break my group, and I am going to take Astarion through here. And I'm going to go into hiding before I go up this ladder. Because we have a winged horror up here. Right. Okay. And up here, there's another chest.
I'll do challenge.
Okay, and in here, you have a potion of animal speaking, and some arrows and stuff. Again, not something that I'm going to use. There actually is a story behind these bells. And I actually just learned about it probably a month ago or something. But I'm not going to spoil it. If you want to go find out what it is, you can go watch one of Toy House's videos where he talks about what the bells can do. Okay, and now that Shadowheart shapeshifted, I'm going to look here at, and I left a ring that I forgot I was going to need. But you're going to look at your insight checks. So Shadowheart or Astarion under this is going to have my best chance at an insight check. I'm going to take Shadowheart along to try this. And I'm going to have her cast guidance on herself.
I'll go this way.
Now, some of those NPCs are going to leave. The ones that we can call in. And while guidance is still running, actually, I forgot one more thing. Need to use a level 1 spell slot here.
How many die today? How many die tomorrow?
Because I need to give her enhance ability for wisdom checks.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes. On I go.
And now before I go up there, I'll recast guidance. And see if I can make this work. It's a difficult set of checks.
Fall back! Fall back! Matthew! Leave him be! We have to keep running! Can't you see? It's over.
His words say that he's given up, but buried deep behind them is a fragment of hope. He doesn't want it to be over any more than you do.
Okay, you have to pass that insight check for any of these options to pop up. Okay, now we have wisdom here, which is going to give us a +5 and 2 1d4s. You have a cleric persuasion, which is just the +1d4. So none of the others I'm going to have as big a bonus as I do on the wisdom check here. And I've got advantage because of Al's wisdom. Okay, it's a pretty high DC. Oh, jeez, great. I'm gonna have to roll really high. I rolled once. What do you know? A 4 from Mark of the Shifter past that.
Oh. We go back in there, we die. We flee, we last half a day at best. Shit! If this is it, then God's damn it, let's make it count. City Watch, with me! We'll follow you to our last breaths.
Okay, and now you can see that we have 4 green allied watchmen. Okay, they have a decent amount of hit points. They have a pretty good armor class, and you can see some of what they have here. Okay, they are all great weapon master fighter types that we have, and they have extra attack, and they can all hit pretty hard. Now, as soon as we get into combat in here, all 4 of them will rush in and join with us in that combat as well. Okay, so again, there's a little bit of exploration to do, and I'm going to hold down left alt as I go around this. Okay, nothing else that you can get to out here. It does give you a good overview of the upper city, though, and what has happened to it. Okay, and again, nothing around back over here. There is something over here, though. Okay, there is a rusted iron gate here that has the sturdy property. Let's see if I can roll well enough to break this thing here. There we go. Once you break it, this is another way to enter the sewers. We're not going to go into the sewers, really, today. There are 2 ways to enter into the final courtyard, or I guess into the High Hall itself, and that's through the sewers and through the courtyard. We're going to go through the courtyard just because, and that's this area in here, and that's just because there's a huge fight waiting in here that I'm sure all of you want to see. Once we clear it out, we could come back and go through the sewers as well, and I'll kind of look and see what my time looks like to see if maybe we want to do them both. But this is another way to get into the sewers. There's also another dead body down there you can loot if you'd like. Now, there's a benefit to going through the sewers. It's not much of one, but it is one. If you want to avoid this fight up here in the courtyard, you go through the sewers and you pick up a key. That key is going to unlock a door way over here that allows you to sneak into the High Hall without having any of this combat in here. So you can have a much smaller set of combat down on the sewers and avoid this big fight up here. We're not going to do that. We're going to have this big fight up here just because it's more entertaining, and I'm sure you guys want to see it. So we're going to move our party up here. And we're going to break the group and take Astarion with us. There are a few things that we can look at, and actually with Shadowheart.
No time to waste.
Trust no one. Subtle steps.
Okay, and we're going to get into a fight with 2 mind flayers over here. Now this really shouldn't be a problem for us, but this is why I came over here with Astarion. I'm trying to do it without using key points. Okay, perfect. Okay. And there are barrels you can search and a mind flayer over here. Down here is where we just were a bit ago. Now I'm going to take Astarion over to this side. Got into a fight there. Forgot that this winged horror was here. Not a big deal though. I was going to get into a fight anyway. I'll dash here, I can make it up there. Again, if you're asking if fly is useful or not, I hope this answers your question. Okay. Now, this allows you to go up here and get onto this upper area where there's a patrolling Mind Flayer, Winged Horror, and a couple of other things. It's another way to enter into the courtyard. We're not going to go that way either. Because if you come up here and you look at your map, there's this area here. Well, that area is actually here. You could fly down here. And here is your metal door into another way into the sewers. Okay? The other side is arguably better. This one, you have to be careful how you do it, because as soon as you enter into this door, if you have multiple people that enter through the door in a group, you're going to immediately be dropped into combat. Unless you have some pretty heavy stealth abilities on all of them. One person will be able to make it in here and will not overlap the detection cone of the enemy that's in there. Otherwise, you're going to get dropped into a small combat. It's not horrible. You can avoid it by going through this one at a time and taking out that one person with the detection cone who's near the door and then bringing other people in. And then there will be a second part in the underground, which is a much bigger fight, which is actually quite interesting because of one of the enemies that you will meet, not that you possibly meet, but one that you will meet. And like I say, we'll kind of look at our time once we're done here and see if we want to go that way as well. But for now, I'm going to head back to the center section here. And we're going to get ready to get into a really big fight. And like I said, we're going to do this fight on our own just with the help of the Watchmen here. We're not going to call in our allies or use any of the abilities. We're going to save all of that for the final fight at the top of the brainstem. Now, if you call in one of your allies that's one of the groups, for instance our owlbear, and they survive this fight, they're going to be dismissed, and you can call them in again for that last fight. I just don't want to take the chance that any of them die in here. And honestly, Astarion can solo this entire thing if you play it right. So it's not really that big a deal to do this. So what I'm going to do with Astarion is make my way all the way up here. And now we can start to get a view over the battlefield. So we have an Inquisitor of the Absolute here, a Mistress of Souls down here. We have a whole bunch of goblins over here. We have an Adept of the Absolute on this side. We've already seen the Patrolling Mind Flayer and Winged Horror. We have another one of those groups over on this side. Most of it is, and then we have a Winged Horror here. Most of it is concentrated in this area here. Can't see it yet. There's a Spectator up here. Okay. There's also another Mind Flayer here. You can see him, and there's another one over there. So I think there's a total of 4 or 5 because there's one right in here somewhere. There's a couple of more cultists here, a couple of more cultists up here. So there's a lot more enemies that are not being shown right now. A couple of things that are important for us. We have some Nautiloid tanks in here. I'm going to try and pick those up as soon as I can. Rather than using them as an explosive, I want to try and pick them up. There's also a smoke powder barrel right there. There's 2 oil barrels and a smoke powder barrel. I'm going to try and pick that up as well. Okay. So during all of this, I'm going to be kind of prioritizing those things, so to speak, even at the detriment of the overall fight itself, just so that I can gain access to them. Right? So, and that's why I gave Shadowheart the strength potion, is so that she can carry more and not be overloaded. So, how are we going to start this off? Well, I'm going to start off by dealing with the Inquisitor of the Absolute here. Now, he has sea invisibility, which means that I'm not going to be able to sneak in there against him. As soon as I get down there within range, he's going to see me, and we're going to enter into combat. As soon as we enter into combat, the guards are going to come running into here and roll initiative as well. I'm hoping Astarion rolls first in initiative, but we will see how this plays out. Okay, that's really weird. Okay, I normally should not get a surprise round there. I have no idea why I got a surprise round there. This is streamer scripted or something. I have no idea. No, normally, even if you're behind him, he senses your invisibility when you snap out of invisibility and it starts combat. So I have no idea why this happened here. The good thing about this, though, is that I have a free turn here as long as I can get rid of these 3 enemies. I have a free turn here as well as the next turn, where all of my allies can attack before they do. So let's try and make the most out of this. And I'm going to start using key points here. So what are we at? 77? I'd say we try and push here. Get some damage, and then if it doesn't die, maybe fall damage will kill him. Okay, so got him anyway. So now let's get over here and take out the winged horror. Again, I don't care about my invisibility. Okay, and there you can see the Illithid Arcanist there. Now I used some of my... And I don't want to move too far forward because the enemies that have not spawned are not necessarily going to get surprised. So I don't want them to be spawned yet. So let's go ahead and bring everybody else in. And I'm going to start with Karlach. I definitely want Karlach to get the high ground.
I'm nothing.
And that's because I believe the Mistress of Souls is next in line. It is.
Hey, good looking.
So we want to make sure that we take her out.
My little trick.
Okay, we are definitely going to frenzy here. What's her hit points at? 45. I think we will enrage throw here.
Handy.
Okay, so left her with 3. I don't really want to waste this.
Can't afford any mistakes.
A full throw and an action surge. 3 hit points. So a 98% chance to hit here. Brings her in.
Smell blood.
And now Karlach, looking at the next ones in line, the Adept is going to be next in line along with the Illithid Arcanist down there. We can't reach him yet. We're going to get him next turn though. So let's try and focus the Adept. That high ground.
That's it.
Rolled the crit. Nice. Okay, that triggered Death Ward. Let's hold this last action here. That's very interesting. Let me look. Okay, I do have one of those. This might be interesting. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to maneuver here. I've never tried this. So I'm improvising here. Okay, so there's a little spot there. How far down can I get here along this bridge? Okay. So let's see. So I can't get everybody down this bridge. You can't separate Orpheus from you while you're in this. I know what I would like to do. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. So here's this Mind Flayer here, and again, I think I want to wait. I think I want to take advantage of this surprise round as much as I can. So I think I'm going to hold off on that. I'm just thinking. Yeah, I think I am. So, who's next? The Illithid Arcanist, and then all these goblins over here, and then the two zealots, which are down here, rolled last.
Out of sight.
So let's get a slashing flourished ranged here. Him and him. And of course I missed. Again, I'm not going to go too far down there because I don't want to trigger the ogre into combat yet. They might not be surprised. I want to be able to move up and grab that smoke powder barrel while I'm doing this. And then want to kind of clear this out here. And you can see there's the second group of Mind Flayers. And then when I move in, I want to be able to move up here and grab these as well. Okay, so I'm going to end turn here. Astarion is going to end his turn. Because as soon as we move down there next turn, we're going to trigger combat. So I think what I'm going to do is probably dash, see if I can grab these two, and then come back after I've triggered the spectator and snag or try and get hits on the Arcanist. Because yeah, I don't want to go too far up here. Maybe I can move up a little bit.
Outmaneuver them.
Okay, because here's the next group of goblins and the spectators right there.
Concentrate.
Okay, so Shadowheart, I will fly her down here. And now Karlach, I don't think she can reach anybody down here from there. Yeah, it's too far, and she doesn't have hardly any movement left, so we'll just take out one more of the goblins.
Want to do it?
And I should have thrown Nyrolna there. And they're going to run up here and hopefully not trigger it. Okay, good.
Join us.
They didn't trigger the spectator either. So now with Astarion, let's try and get up here and grab these two. That's going to bring the spectator into the fight. I want to pick it up. And send that to Shadowheart. I want to pick it up. Send it to Shadowheart. Okay, and now I can get back here and get some attacks down here. And I'm going to take damage when I do this because he's got Fire Shield Warm on. So I'm going to take 2d8 fire damage, but honestly I don't care. I need to get rid of him. And I shouldn't be close enough to trigger any opportunity attacks. And I'm going to key empower this. Okay, and you can see with Fetcher's favor, we have reduce all fire damage by 5. Okay, so this is why sometimes depending upon the roll here, you won't even take any damage at all on this. And I think I want to provoke an attack of opportunity here. Okay, so he managed to hit me with it. But I'm going to key empower this one as well. Okay, I definitely want him gone. And then I will detonate that. Okay, so down to 23 hit points left.
Got to focus.
We'll wait on Shadowheart.
Put him up.
Now that I have everybody triggered here, told you I was going to be focusing on this. Let's actually move here first. I'm going to send that to Shadowheart just temporarily. I'm just getting it out of the way, really. Because this one, I want to go to Shadowheart.
Got to keep fighting.
And then in Shadowheart's inventory, she's now overloaded, so I want to get rid of the oil barrel. And that should bring her down under the limit. So now I've got 2 more explosives here and a new smoke powder barrel to use for something a little bit later.
Now this is my happy place.
So now with Karlach, she's not going to provoke an attack of opportunity on the ogre because they are not in combat yet. They are waiting for the next turn. So what do we have? We have goblins and the 2 zealots down here. The 2 zealots are by far the more dangerous targets. Can she get over here? She can't. Because this is not a good spot to throw from down to a lower level. She's not going to be able to see. See, her path is interrupted. Here. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I could dash again. Don't know if moving back is going to help her or not. We'll spend a little bit of movement speed and see. Yeah. Not gonna work against either one of them. So, I don't really want to go down here. But it's better than nothing.
My little trick.
Nice crit. Perfect. Let's get him. Give me one more here. Nice. Okay, so now all we have left this turn are goblins. That's it. And I will move. See if I can do anything with my last bit of movement speed here. Let's get somewhere where I'm not going to trigger. Actually, I don't want to move there because of what I'm going to do.
Can't even catch my breath.
Here. Just a little bit too short. So that's going to get me some damage on the ogre and kill all of the goblins that are out there. And now I'm positioned pretty nicely for the next turn. And I might as well bring in... What is the ogre? He's a giant. So I don't think I have any Fiend Celestials in Underdead, but I can bring in Inquisitor's Might. I've only got one of them, though. Actually, I'll save that. And end my turn. And now Shadowheart. I think everybody over here on the left side has been brought into combat. I believe. Get here. No, but I can dash. then there are 2 more goblins up here. But I would like to get Shadowheart closer to this.
Watch this.
And Karlach has a little bit of movement speed left. Really want to get her onto the high ground, but I don't have any way to do it fully. We'll just get her up here and prepare for it. I'm killing everything before my allies even get a chance to jump into the fight. So now, before those two, you can see there's a bunch of stuff. Where did the other 2 go? Interesting. They just disappeared. That's one of them. These 2 just... Oh, how did he die? No, he was there previously. Oh, there they are. Okay. So it's weird. I see him here, but I don't see him in the combatants list. There's only 2 in the combatants list. So who do we have in front of him? A winged horror. Is that the one over here? Yes. Okay, then we have the Inquisitor, who's back here. Right there. The other winged horror next to him, and the Spectator. Well, you can guess who's going to go after the Spectator. Okay, so we're going to drop a stagger here. Now, he has legendary actions. So he's got Ocular Nightmare. So after accumulating 5 paranoid dreams, the Spectator will spend a legendary action to cast Ocular Nightmare when it is struck next. Ocular Nightmare is a series of eye rays that get shot out, and it uses all of the eyes that are part of the normally beholder things, with the exception of Turn to Stone. So you have Wounding Ray, Confusion Rays, Paralyze Ray, and Frighten Ray. So once he stacks up enough of those, then he's going to be able to use it. Paranoid Dreams, when it is struck, it dreams in fear. After 5 dreams, it will spend a legendary action. So in other words, if you kill it before you strike it 5 times, it doesn't get to use this legendary action. Now, it does have Panic Sentinel, and that's why it shot the ray at me, is because anything that moves within 6 meters of it, kind of like Sentinel, it panics and tries to shoot it. So we're going to go in here. It is steeped in bliss. We want to make sure our passive is on here. Well, I don't know why Cole the Weak is off. Okay, and we're going to use Stagger here. Okay, and you can see that only counted as 1 Paranoid Dream. Even though it was 2 strikes, the multiple attacks from this only count as 1 attack. Now, he's staggered, so he can't use reactions. That ends him. And I would like to keep attacking. I probably shouldn't do this. I should probably stay invisible with him. But where's the fun in that? Okay, so I got 1 kill, 2 kills out of that. The goblin boss is the one that's still left. We'll move up next to him.
Can't give up.
Okay, so Shadowheart now. Let me see where the best spot to put her is. Okay, and we're going to use Destructive Wave. I'm going to cast it at level 5. Throw the Radiant version in here. And that's going to get most of the people. It's a little weird. It's not getting these two. And now with my bonus action, I'm going to take a potion of speed. Going to give me another action here. Let's see. Okay, that's going to get everybody else over here. Okay, and now you see how many people are prone. And I forgot to bring Orpheus into the fight. Got it. I forgot to bring him in. That means he's going to get 1 attack, and he's going to be out of the fight for a turn. But I would like to focus on who's going to be the most damaging to me here. So probably this Mind Flayer right here. And I can get down there with the Emperor. Now that he's prone, we can use Extract Brain. And that's an instant kill on him. Like I say, that's going to knock him out until next turn. But we did get rid of one of the high-value targets, so to speak.
Let's end this.
This Mind Flayer's got 17, so I need to prioritize that as well. We have some movement here. I do want to move my bard out of there because I don't want to get one stun from a Mind Flayer if I don't manage to kill him. I don't want it to hit multiple people. Looks like we're going to be okay here, though. Okay, so that killed this mind flare. Still got the one at the back here. Right here. So let's see if we can move into a spot. We can get him. Path is interrupted here. Oh, just barely. Nope. Aha, I can get him. Okay, so on the Mind Flayer, we're going to trigger a crit. Not on the Ogre, though. Okay, that removes the Ogre here. And we got good damage on the Mind Flayer as well. Okay, so let's move down against the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor tends to be ranged. Let's move up next to it. Could have done something else there. How far can I move? I made a mistake there, I think. No, I can remedy it. Got a bonus action left. Okay. Now this is the one spot where I'm going to use one of my Call Forth allies. I'm going to trigger Roland's Firestorm right here. Okay, and that removes by far the most dangerous threat here, which was the Mind Flayer.
Up.
But Karlach, let's get her up here to deal with the Winged Horror.
Good idea.
Hey, she's got 6. That's kind of a waste, but it is what it is. Gotta get rid of the Winged Horror. And then I'm gonna see where I can move to. I don't think I can reach all the way over there. Nope, too far. Where can I fly to? Can't get over there, so I'd have to dash. That would use up my second action. I think I'm better off using this on the goblin boss. Just letting the Inquisitor have his turn. The Winged Horror is there. Not going to be able to do anything against him either. That ends that. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to reach anybody with the final attack. Or just move down. Get ready for the next one. Now the Inquisitor's got some arrows and ensnaring strike that he normally uses. Okay, might as well throw psionic backlash in there. Winged Horror can paralyze you if he hits, but he normally calls for reinforcements. Okay, so these where's he at? Ah, okay, so this group came into combat now. This group patrols over here on this side. So they've now come into combat. That's not necessarily a problem for us. Let's go down here with my bard and deal with these. I don't think I'll be able to hit both of them. Oh, I can't anyway, because I don't have any more bardic inspirations. So let's get rid of the Inquisitor first. I'm not going to Divine Smite, I just simply don't need to. Oh, jeez. Okay, there's the nat 1. There's the nat 1 I was waiting for.
Let's have some fun.
We'll hold on that.
What should I do?
We have 11 and 18. Chance 56. Oh, that's because I'm too close. 65. Target's still too close for that? Really? Okay. Oh, of course. Of course. Now all the nat 1s start coming up. It's going to take them a bit to get into this fight, so I think I can just deal with him with Astarion. I didn't want to have to, but... Wow. Okay. Alright. Now, something... And now it's just this group over here. We'll move in a little bit. Get ready for next turn. Because I am invisible. I'll actually dash here and move up top. Yeah, I know, and that's a little bit stupid. Okay, so we'll go ahead and end our turn here, and I want to focus on the Inquisitor here with Astarion next turn. She's a humanoid. So if I use my Ascendant Bite, I can get him another buff. I can get him the happy buff. And I'd prefer, so I'm gonna go make sure I keep a bonus action to be able to use an Ascendant Bite on the Inquisitor.
Let's cook with fire, baby.
And then for Karlach, she's gonna be ready here. She's got full movement. Oh, she hasn't taken a turn yet. Can she reach from there? Oh, that's beautiful.
This'll help.
And that was a crit. Two crits. I love it. Now I make up for the now ones. Okay, yeah, path's gonna be interrupted on these two. I'm not too worried about it though. I'm just gonna end my turn there with her. Not too worried about being silenced. Now let's get Astarion in here. So, let's see. Oh, that's exactly what I needed. I needed Coal of the Week to proc there. So let's get in there so I can one-shot him. Because the Inquisitors have a lot of hit points. So let's use one bonus action on an Ascendant Bite. It's going to take a second for the damage to proc. It always does. I don't know why. That gives me the happy trait here. Nope. Outstanding. Okay. So you see, we really didn't need any of our allies during that fight. It was useful to have the attack from Roland there to take out that group, including that Mind Flayer. But that's really all it was. It was just that one usage there. And it is, what are we, 2 hours into the live stream? Yes, 2 hours. So we probably won't want to go through the sewer today and have that fight, since we have an hour left, because we do have the main fight up there, and we also have the last cutscenes and the epilogue that we want to go through. So I think we're going to continue moving up. And there is something that we want to do over here to the side, though. There is another interaction that we can have. And I want to split this off.
What now? Go.
Take Astarion. Back here. These two goblins have managed to stay out of the fight. Because they're waiting on something at the door. Okay. Now we're going to bring Shadowheart up here.
Onward then.
Cast Guidance on Astarion. And Astarion's going to equip the Smuggler's Ring. Because he's going to need it
Easy.
For this door. This is the other reason that I wanted to get happy for that +1 bonus. Because I've got a DC 30 lock to pick here. That should do it.
I have such a headache.
How delicious.
And we're gonna get a cutscene here.
If you're going to do it, just make it quick and painless. You're not? Then you're letting us go? Just like that?
Now, if I come up here with the Dark Urge, I'd actually have an option here to kill them all. And I did that in my personal playthrough. Like I say, there were some things I'm really surprised Larian wrote into the game. The Dark Urge, if you've embraced Ball at this point, can get seriously dark. I mean, really dark. But no, we're gonna rescue them.
You're getting to safety too, right? I don't think they are. They're heading toward the worst of it. Here. Protection for you and your friends.
Tilly, let's go!
Okay,
I
and
wonder what the next move is.
since I didn't do that in my personal playthrough, I have no idea what she just gave me.
I've got a long road ahead.
I have no idea what she just gave me.
My faith protects me.
Does it say anything in the log? Oh, no. No, it doesn't show anything. I don't know what she just gave me. Whatever it is, though, I hope it's nice. Let's see if I can even any of this out. I don't think I can. Maybe I can. Trying to get it. I don't think I'm going to be able to drop this down enough. Yeah, there's no point worrying about it. I'm not going to spend the time.
What's going on?
Okay, and actually I want to take...
What a day. One step at a time.
Astarion in here. I can. And we're going to do that when we get upstairs. It's not going to be strength, though. So we have some things that we can pick, and we have access to this door, which gets us out here. Now, you don't need to pick this door, but this door's pretty easy. And outside's another chest. Okay, now again, you don't have to pick that door. You can fly up from out here.
Father, they will die for you.
Okay, so we'll let everybody join up here real quick, and we'll make our way to the main
Mind
gate.
my step.
Now, Karlach. I'm gonna bring her back here. Nope. Because I'm gonna do this part entirely with Astarion.
Watch your back. Tread lightly.
I think we're gonna get a save anyway, but I'm gonna drop one.
Hell's teeth! Is that a brainstem? Get a little higher, and we can probably climb
Okay, now we're going to get a cutscene here. There are two ways to go, up to the left and up to the right. If you're going up to the left, you're going to have to pick through a really high DC door, unless you go down into the sewers and get the high hall key. That will open this door. If you go up to the right, you don't have to pick any doors, but you have to cross more open chasms, and you have to be able to fly to make this work. So again, is fly useful? It's just necessary. So we're going to head over here to the right. We're going to get a cutscene that's going to trigger, but that cutscene should not affect us. You'll see what I mean here in a minute.
Northwood, stay low and watch your footing. We can't take bombardments like that.
Okay, a nautiloid has shown up. And that nautiloid, you can't kill it, but what it does is it drops bombardments on the ground, and when its turn comes around, that whole area is going to explode in a pretty serious fireball. So you do not want to be standing in any of these when the nautiloid's turn happens. Okay, thankfully for us, Astarion has 2 bonus actions, and he can fly. I don't think he can make it in here and trigger the cutscene. Oh, he can. Okay, and as soon as you trigger that cutscene, all of the enemies that were out here die. So now everybody else down below can just waltz their way up.
Light on my feet.
Now, some of them might walk through fire. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Because the pathfinding in this game is, again, what it is. Okay, now if you are in balanced mode or explorer mode, you're going to see a restoration fountain appear that will give you the benefits of a long rest. We do not have that here. And before I go up there, we're going to need to do some checks, but before I do, I'm going to be right back. Alright, so now we're getting ready for the final fight. Okay, now one thing that we want to do here have Orpheus drink a couple of healing potions to get himself back up to full. Everybody else is okay. We're going to take a short rest, and I'm going to use my Song of Rest. I didn't need to use the potions. Oh, actually I did, because those do not affect Orpheus. So everybody should have
There's no time to waste.
Their key points, and I have my Bardic Inspirations back. Karlach has a Rage Charge. Why is she still silenced? She got hit by that arrow. Yes, I get it. But that should have long wore off.
No time to dally.
I'd love to, thanks.
And it's not showing in her list here. I think that's just an error on behalf of the game. Yeah, I don't think that's true. It better not be, because if she's silent, she can't rage. She can't frenzy. I can't test that right now, because that's only available in combat. But that had better not be the case. So Shadowheart is down her high-level spells, but I don't honestly care. She's not going to be doing... If we get into a lot of spell-based combat here, we're going to have a problem for this. But what I can do with her is we're going to regain all of her first level spell slots here. I've never actually tried these. I wonder if it gets rid of all of my buffs if I do this. It's an interesting question. Does it give me the effect of a long rest by getting all of my stuff back, or does it give me the true effects of a long rest by removing all of my buffs? Because if it removes all of my buffs, I don't want it to do that. You know, there's nothing to try but to try it, right? Let's see what happens. Okay, it works. So that got her all of her high-level spell slots back. So we didn't really need them. Like I say, if we're needing her spell slots during this, we're going to have a problem.
Everything is clear.
I don't think there's anything else that we need here. Astarion can now cast Shield of Thralls on himself to get some temporary hit points. We still have ours left from aid.
Have a lot on my mind.
So I think we are ready. What do you think, everybody? Am I ready? I don't have an elixir on Jorvol. I'm not going to take one yet. I'm going to take one up there. Once I get up there, I'm just not going to take it yet. I think we're ready, everybody.
Let's march.
Watch your back.
Hey, good looking.
I think we're good. So let's drop a save here. We're going to get a save here in a second anyway. When we go up here. Okay? So let's...
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Let's do it.
There it is. The crown of Karsus, the site of power, the site of domination.
I know you. I know everything about you. Your thoughts, your feelings, your weaknesses. And so do they.
That's the crown. Time to cast the spell again.
Hey, Jerry, welcome.
It has to work.
Okay, so we rolled really well. The only one I was really worried about is the Emperor in this. Most of the time, if you've got the alert feat, you're going to roll in front of everybody anyway. So we are now confronting the Elder Brain. Okay. And now, how we do this is going to be a little interesting. So the Emperor is here. Okay. The Emperor, there's nothing special about the Emperor. Okay, at all. He's got a bunch of hit points, but that's really it. Now he's got a staff, which is giving him Imperial Retaliation. So when he succeeds a saving throw, then the attacker needs to make an intelligence saving throw or be stunned. And that is the only annoying thing about him. But there are ways around that. And then the Arcane Enchantment just means that he has a better chance of landing his spells and his Mind Blast. The Dream Guardians that he summoned are kind of an issue. They have Charm, which means that they can be difficult to get rid of while you're fighting. But they have changed from the original fights this used to be, when they were based upon you, and they would give they'd give clerics and wizards and barbarians and bards and that sort of stuff based upon who you were. Things are a little bit different now. These are, I would say, quite a bit easier to deal with. But what we want to do here is all of these people down here, with the exception of the Emperor, I really don't care about. The people that I want to worry about are the 4 Illithid Arcanists up here at the top. They are the only ones who are a real danger to me, along with the Emperor. Okay? So they are the ones that I want to focus on. And I want to do this in a very, very particular way. The Red Dragon is actually going to be a non-factor in all of this. I probably won't even do any damage to the dragon. To be honest, I might, just because of its Draconic Fury. It has a legendary action, Draconic Fury, so the Great Drake will use its Fire Breath on the next creature that attacks it. Okay? And that's the first time only in a round thing. So you can provoke it by people who have a good chance of avoiding it. For instance, Astarion, who with again, Fetcher's Favor and his high dexterity can avoid a lot of the damage from it. And then it becomes a non-factor until the next round. However, what I need to really do here is focus on my bonus actions. That's what I need to have here. Everybody can use an action here. I don't care if they use an action, but want their bonus action, I need it for something very specific. And Karlach and Astarion are going to be critical here. Not that my Bard won't, but I'm going to be relying more on Karlach and Astarion for this. So, what I'm going to do to begin with is to get some allies out here. Now, whether your allies live or die doesn't matter for anything except for the Owlbear. The Owlbear will have something in the in the epilogue, but the rest of our allies, I'm going to start calling some in here. And again, this takes an action to do, so everybody can call in one of these. And I'm going to have Karlach bring in the Kithraki Inferno. And I'm going to try not to hit the Red Dragon with it. Yeah, see, I do not want to hit the Red Dragon with it. Because I do not want to provoke the response attack from it. Okay, so that got good damage on everybody. It's a high damage attack. Okay, looks like it missed this one. I was a little bit afraid of that, but it got everybody else up here. And now Karlach, with her first bonus action, is going to dash. And since she's over here on this side and Astarion's over on the right, I'm going to have her go this way. I'm going to have her take a potion of invisibility with her second bonus action. Now, as I move past this and through the middle, you spawn these tentacles, but unless you're moving down there, it's not really a big deal. I'm not going to be. Okay, and this is where I want Karlach to stay. for this part of her turn. Or for this turn, anyway.
Need to stay focused.
So, my bard. Let's see what other allies we want to call in. I'm not going to call in my owlbear. I will call in the Steel Watcher, though. And I'm going to put the Steel Watcher here. And I'm going to go after this Dream Guardian. So what do I have here? So I can reprimand. Step into 40. So reprimand, I think, would be better for me. Okay. That knocked her prone, which is good. Whoops. And I'm going to end my turn there. And now for me, I'm going to take Potion of Invisibility. Whoops, that was Shadowheart. Oh no, that was Shadowheart that I had do that. And then I'm going to have Shadowheart fly in a more direct route. Now she's going to be more encumbered, and that's why I'm doing this. But I don't want her going through the wall of fire. She's not going to get attacked by them. Okay, now Astarion. And then he's going to dash. Okay.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
And then my bard. Now I will take invisibility. And for me, I'm going to make my way around this right-hand side as well. I can be a little slower, though. Now that's going to cause a response. Okay, and now the Emperor, he cannot call allies. Okay. But let's see. Now that this one is prone, outstanding. And now he's going to drink invisibility. And Orpheus has the most movement speed of anybody in the game. Okay, and I'm going to position him. I wonder why his turn's ended. Oh, okay. I need a little bit more. Position him right here. This is where he's going to need to be to deal with Karsa's compulsion. Now, he's not going to do that this turn. Karsa's compulsion, you have to cast it, and then you have to finish a full 2 turns for it to proc. Now, this timer doesn't mean game over. At the end of this timer, a nautiloid is going to appear, and if combat is not done by that time, or you haven't gone through the portal by that time, then the nautiloid will start raining fire down like it did in the trek to get up here. We shouldn't have to worry about that, though. Oh, get wrecked. Okay, so this Lorb here has some rather interesting capabilities, to say the least. So he can dash. He has really low movement speed, by the way. But he has Pseudopod. This is his attack. It does acid damage. He also has a ranged acid attack that leaves an acid surface on the ground as well. And then he can change into alternate forms. Okay, so Shadow Mastiffs, Minotaurs, Phase Spiders. Okay. And that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to use my bonus action to turn into a Phase Spider here. And there are just a few hit points there. I mean, just a couple. So, yeah. I have that. So he can cast Web, and he has a Venomous Discharge here. I would... Where is... there he is. There's the Dream Guardian. If I cast it there, though, it's going to immediately ignite. I don't necessarily know as if that's a bad thing. Oh, it did still enwebber even though it caught on fire. Okay. No, it didn't. I was going to say. Searching for the invisibility. Shadowheart should be far enough away not to worry about that. Tentacles aren't going to go after anything that they can't actively reach. That's this one here, though. Why is the game... Okay, there we go. It's taking a bit for the game to catch up through some of these turns. Okay, but it is still going. And they love to walk through the flame aura. Oh yeah, please go after the face spider.
Perfection. Yield to it.
And so does the Emperor. So... But the Illithid Arcanists are just going to stay at the back, and they're going to cast Magic Missile. It's an upcasted version of Magic Missile, and they have 6 bolts that hit with it. But the Magic Missile actually isn't the worst part of them. The worst part is that they can cast Mind Blast, and it can stun you, and that stun... What just happened there? Okay, I don't know what happened there. The Crown of Karsus did something to Orpheus. Knocked him out of invisibility, and I don't know what happened there. That did not happen in Tactician, but I'm going to have to take out the Illithid Arcanus this turn. And I'm going to have to get Shadowheart.
Finish this.
I'm not going to be able to do it with Shadowheart. Yes, well, maybe. So we're going to dash with Shadowheart. Forgot, she's encumbered. Okay, she's here. So we're gonna utilize the rest of her turn here in a second. I need to get Karlach and Astarion to take out the Arcanus. Okay, so we're gonna spend everything we can here to take them out.
Excellent.
There's one. There's 2. Can I get over here? Get him. I can. That's gonna leave him outside. Let's see how Karlach does.
My turn.
Okay, so we're gonna use a bonus action to frenzy here. That's gonna bring her out of invisibility. Going to enrage throw here.
Got it.
Okay. So now we'll throw. Bonus action or action surge. Oh, that crit was huge. Come on, give me a kill. Give me a kill, Karlach. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, well, we can do this with Astarion's action instead. Okay. So Astarion's going to go here.
Fuck yes.
Karlach going to go here. My
Blood comes
bard.
easy these days.
Where's the Emperor at? He's got 38 left and he's in the aura. So he's dead next turn, but I don't want to take the chance. I just don't know if I can make it. So I think I'm going to go try and move myself up there. I'm pretty sure he's dead next turn, so I don't have enough to get there, so I'm going to dash. Actually, I can use this to get here. Does this use movement speed? It does not. I don't care if I hit anybody. It did use, no, it didn't use movement speed. Perfect. And that's going to get me into here. And now Shadow Heart. I'm going to have her bonus action. Take a potion of speed. And with her action, cast Global Vulnerability. Okay. Now the thing about Global Invulnerability is that while we're here, we're invulnerable, but the Illithid Arcanus will cast Mind Blast into this globe and stun you. Okay, and that's a problem. So you don't want them to be able to do that, and the only ones who can do it are the 3 that we've already killed and the Emperor. But like I say, I think the Emperor's dead on his next turn here because he's standing in the Inferno aura. But we'll see. So Karlach's turn is done. Astarion's turn. We have one more, but I don't think he's going to be able to reach anything from up here. Well, no, he's not going to be able to.
Where do I go from here?
And my bard has an action left. Let's actually bring in the Grenadiers. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed. Okay, and now with my turn, I'm going to start the compulsion. Wasn't planning to do it until next turn. And now you can see that I have doesn't say. Yeah, it doesn't say. It's going to be at the end of next term though. The portal's going to open assuming that he doesn't break concentration. So let's phase out of here. See if we can get a kill over here. I love it. We can see if we can hit the Emperor too. Why not? Oh, nice. Now he's definitely dead. Next turn. Okay, we can just throw psionic backlashes all day long here.
Surrender.
Bye-bye. So Zebulor's dead. Again, doesn't have any impact on the game. What is this thing gonna do? It attacked the Emperor last time. Okay, it didn't do it this time. So now at the end of this turn, Arceus's compulsion is going to open up the portal. Okay. So we might as well, I mean, we're not doing anything here. Where did the last Dream Guardian go? Right there. Okay, there's a now one. Okay. All right. So that ends that. For Shadowheart, I'm going to hold her turn for a second. So, Astarion, let's go ahead. Okay, for me, or for Shadowheart. So she's concentrating on Globe of Invulnerability. So we need to make sure that we keep that running. So no spells that are going to take concentration from her. For me, okay, of course there'd be a critical miss. Okay, that'll free up the 2 Grenadiers for the next turn. Okay, so he dropped his weapon somewhere here. I don't know if he can pick this back up. Okay, you can equip it. Okay, well, he can't. So I guess he doesn't have any weapon anymore. So his unarmed attacks are pretty hefty anyway. You can see what the Grenadiers do. And there's the portal.
The brain is weakened. This is our chance.
Even bound, its will is stronger than anything you've ever felt. The chains shake, threatening to break at any moment.
It's vulnerable, but not defeated. Use the portal. We will bring it down together.
Absolute freedom!
Its will is weakening.
Okay, and this drops you into the psyche or the mind of the Netherbrain, and you have to enter the portal to get here. Only the Emperor enters here on his own. So the Netherbrain, 450 hit points. It's a lot. Okay. There is psionic retribution. The Netherbrain permits no interference. As a reaction to taking damage, it releases brain quakes. Okay, now brain quakes, they do damage, 10d6 psychic damage, and you get a intelligence save, which nobody's really any good at, to make it. However, it mind breaks the enemy, and that means you are slowed, right? Which makes it harder to deal damage when you can't use bonus actions or multiple attacks against it. So that first turn, or that first attack, you need to make it count, right? And as such, we're not really going to do anything with the Emperor here. And yeah, you're a step ahead of me, Em. You're going to see what I do with that here in a second. But yeah, you're gonna, with the Emperor, there's not a whole lot that I'm going to do right now with him. I'm just gonna move him out of the way a little bit, and that's really it. No, you're fine, Em. But yes, I have thought of that as well. So we'll get rid of this tentacle, and we still have a Hellrider cleric here. Okay, but again, we're not really interested in doing a whole lot of damage to the dragon. He's a non-entity in this fight. Okay, tentacles, let's go. There it goes. So Zlorb is down to 182. We'll talk about this, what it's doing here in a second. Once the tentacles all finish up and we get our turn back.
Destroy it from within.
Okay, so we need to be careful because we have...
You can't stay idle. Alright, Karlach. It's go time.
Shadow Hearts on a potion of speed. Okay. So we need to use her bonus action this time to drink another potion of speed. Okay. But we're going to get everybody inside the portal.
Its will is weakening. We have the upper hand. Time to end this.
Okay, and now we're going to bring Astarion in.
There you are, you wretched thing. Time to die.
And the Orbs of Negation are out here. Okay, now what the Orbs of Negation do is they mark these outlined in red platforms as being destroyed on their turn. So they're at the end of the turn, but as soon as they do, these 3 platforms are going to be destroyed. So you do not want to be standing on them. But Astarion has a special ask here. Okay, and he is going to start dropping off stuff. One of those things he's going to drop off is the Resonance Stone. And now I'm going to drag all of these other things into Astarion's inventory as well. And he's going to start dropping all of those off. Okay, so just a few more here. I think that's it. Okay, so we'll fly a little bit further. Okay, and now Astarion is going to get out of here. And he's going to fly to a platform that isn't marked for negation. Okay, and I'm going to hold his turn.
This is it. Its will is weakening.
Okay, so my bard is in here just fine.
Can't afford to let up.
And then, yeah, Shadowheart's in here, so last is Karlach.
Its will is weakening.
Okay, now Karlach also has a special role here that I want to test out. Okay, good. It still works here. Okay, so now remember I told you that we need to make the first attack count, right? Okay, well, we're gonna make it count here. The Aegis of the Absolute, the Netherbrain is immune to all types of damage it took in the previous round until the start of its next turn. Okay, so what types of damage is this going to do? The smoke powder barrel is going to do force damage. The Nautiloid tank, we don't know, but it's fire damage. Okay, so it's going to be immune to force and fire damage after it takes this damage. Okay, so then we need to be focused on other types of damage in the next turn. Okay, but for now, let's get Shadowheart to cast the Firebolt cantrip here, and we will start this off. Now this will not kill the Netherbrain. Hopefully it takes off half its hit points though. That's what I'm hoping will happen. Okay, so it didn't take off half. All right. But now Shadowheart has another turn here. And I don't care about Globe of Invulnerability anymore. So we're gonna make this round count. Okay, and there's the Brainquakes. Okay, so we are... Oh, her haste triggered immediately. I didn't expect that. It looks like... Did everybody make their save? Wow. Okay. I'm not arguing with it. So, throwing characters. Okay, so things to look at. The brain is huge in size. That means I'm going to be getting an extra 2d8 bludgeoning damage from Karlach here. The target is large, huge, or gargantuan. But you need to be aware of a problem here. You see, if I hover over the Netherbrain, it says death. Okay? You cannot target the Netherbrain directly like this with a throwing attack. You need to target the brain stem down here, and you see it says 95%. Here it gives you no percent. Okay, and here it gives you invalid target. You need to target the stem at the bottom, and there's still a chance that your weapon will not return. Okay, so throwing characters here are at a disadvantage for this, but we're going to see what we can do.
Easy.
Okay, so that got a crit and it came back. So that attack of the brain stem down there works most of the time. I actually haven't seen it fail yet, but be aware that it can fail. And and then you've lost the weapon that goes along with it. But I'm going to use this until I lose it. Oh, multiple crits. Oh, she's just a crit magnet.
Impossible. Pain. Fear. Terror. Reconsider. Assess. Implore. Surrender.
There. At last. It is subdued.
Spare me. Join me. Wield me. Become absolute.
And thus, I honor my mother's legacy. The grand design, once again, ended by my line.
The brain is on the cusp of its final thought, and it's taking all of Orpheus's strength to keep it there. An opportunity, perhaps.
We could do it, you know. We could rule the world.
Okay, so as the Dark Urge, if you have embraced Baal here, you're going to have another option down here. And that option is going to be to dominate the brain in the name of Baal. And it leads to the single darkest series of cutscenes that I have ever seen in a video game. It's something. I don't think I have a save right before I made that choice. Depending upon it, we're already at the time where the stream would end, and we have quite a bit here left to do, but we're going to finish it today. But I don't even think I can show it on stream, to be honest. I'll probably get demonetized because of the gore and violence. But if you do it, you can hit escape right now and you could drop a save and come back and replay this choice. Because if you're playing the Dark Urge and you've embraced Baal, you want to do it because there's an achievement associated with it. And then you can just reload the save, come right back here and make whatever other choice you want. In Honor mode, I obviously can't do that. I'm kind of locked in now. But in my Tactician playthrough that I finished last night, I made that choice to get the achievement. Like I say, it's something.
Master, I must obey. I must end.
Hopes, nightmares, and the screams of legions upon legions of unborn lithids. The pain rips through you, obliterating all thought, all feeling. Your tadpole burns in your brain. Silence. Free of urge and worm, your brain is battered and bruised. But it is yours. Yours at last. Everything you did, everything you sacrificed, it was worth it. For this.
We did it! We actually did it! And the city's still standing?
My powers, they're draining. Just like Minthara said they would. A small price to pay in the grand scheme of things.
We did it. The Netherbrain is dead. I can't feel the tadpole. They must have all died with the brain. That means we can't turn into mind flayers. Not that there's necessarily anything wrong with being a mind flayer, of course.
Even when my time in the prism stretched out like eternity, when escape seemed impossible, I never lost hope. I knew that my destiny was to liberate my people, to return to them triumphant. I was wrong. It seems I can only fulfill one part of my destiny. My people will be liberated, but I cannot return to them. Not like this. You helped me destroy that abomination. Now help me destroy myself. You must kill me. But first, Lae'zel, I need your promise. Carry my hope. Carry my burden. Call my dragons, Kulos and Kuthos, and ride to the Astral Sea. Destroy Vlaakith. Release our people. Be our future and our legacy.
Okay, I'm not going to persuade Lae'zel to stay here.
It will be done. I will never be free while my people are still bound by Vlaakith's chains.
Enough talk. Give me my freedom. Freedom from this form.
Okay, now there is an option here with the Emperor.
I will not be Ghaik. I did what I did to save my people. The rest is up to them. Someone else must rise within the ranks to lead the revolution against Vlaakith. Give me my freedom from this form. Release my soul to the astral seas, while I still have one to call my own.
And now we have a persuasion option. He may not be able to go back to his people, but he can live to see their triumph here. Now this persuasion check is not easy, but we're a bard, right? So we're going to throw everything we have at this and just hope we don't get double nat ones. Our last roll of the game, I believe.
Perhaps you are right. I may not be the one to lead my people, but I can still bear witness to their glory. I shall find a place for myself in a corner of these realms. For even in darkness, the stars of Tunarath will shine upon me. You were a worthy ally.
The Githyanki will find they have a noble prince in Orpheus. If they do not slaughter him on sight, at least.
Kulos! can never forget you. Your name will be etched in our slates. You will be called Mlagir, Liberator. To the skies!
The Githyanki are leaving. It would have been hard to imagine parting ways from them peacefully once.
With the Githyanki gone, there's nothing left but the silence of the city, smoldering, waiting to be rebuilt. But it seems that Gale's mind is elsewhere.
The crown. It's somewhere in the Gionthar. If I salvage the stones, I can reforge it. The power of Karsus would be in my hands.
Is everybody still there? Tell me that you're still there. Is the stream still live? Okay, sorry, did you hear me cuss there? I apologize. My computer shut itself down and restarted, and somehow the stream is still active. It went back to the login screen. Okay, good. Sorry because I was extraordinarily upset there. Sorry if you've been sitting here at a blank screen, but my computer literally did. All the screens went blank. It restarted. The startup screen came up and I had to log back in. So I don't know what happened. I have no idea what happened. But I'm going to continue on here. It's not until this point until you resolve Gale's quest. Gale's quest is the final one to resolve here, and you can choose whether you want him to use the crown or whether he wants to give it to Mystra. We're going to give it to Mystra this time. I think in the Paladin one, we had him become a god, so we've seen the endings for Gale either way. But we're going to have this thing get given away.
Sage and timely counsel as always, and I intend to heed it. A wise man learns from his mistakes and strives not to repeat them. I shall bring the crown to Mystra. She'll cure me of my affliction, and I'll finally be free. And a more deserving one this time around. If this adventure has taught me anything, is that there are things in this world far more valuable than power. Besides, growing quite fond of this merry band of ours, but I'd quite like to see what happens to it. I'm sure Mystra will summon me soon enough, but until then, I propose we celebrate our victory the mortal way, with a drink in our hands and reckless abandon in our hearts.
Now you're talking. After all that, I think I'll need a drink in each hand and a third on the table. But I think right of choosing should fall to you. What'll it be?
Very well. Perhaps after a drink or 5, I'll be tempted to inflict some of my singing on you all. As if the city has not suffered enough.
Lest we forget, there are still graves to dig, injured to thank, warriors to exalt. They carved our course. Honor them with each and every step you take.
We did it, soldier. The city's going to be all right. And so are you. Engine's finally cooked. Held on just long enough. So, how'd I do? So are you. My friend. My companion. I adore you. Careful! Hot! I never gave up. I did my best. I did my best. It's the one thing I can't beat, isn't it? I wanted to live in my city with my friends. But life is for the living. And I saw... Goodbye, son. Goodbye, sea. Goodbye.
Okay, so because of the choice that I made to have Will become the Duke of Baldur's Gate, I'm not able to play this out where Will goes with her to Avernus. The choices are either I go with her or she dies. I'm going to make a choice here. And this is because I want to see how something else plays out. I romanced Minthara during this playthrough, and I would like to see how that plays out in the epilogue cutscene as well. And that means that I cannot go to Avernus with Karlach, and that means Karlach is going to die here. There's something very fitting about that as well, though. No great adventure in any movies ever turns out perfect. There's always a sacrifice to be made. And Karlach was a loyal companion through our entire adventure for us. But I think this is the bit of sadness that has to go along to balance out the happiness of completing this playthrough.
I'm ready. I stand back. I'm going to...
It's over. And it's all because of you. You, who were destined to become a thrall. Thanks to you, there will be no Illithid empire, no death god's tyranny. You have earned your place amongst the legends of the Sword Coast. You are the saviors of Baldur's Gate. You slept like a babe straight through the night, dreamless, thoughtless, and almost entirely free. For the first time, you feel alone, calm. You breathe. Baal may have been your beginning, but he will not be your end. Of all those you killed in your father's name, one lingers in your mind even now. Isabel, the cleric of Selûne. Her death weighs upon you still. A burden you will carry for the rest of your days. But fortunately, you will not have to carry it alone.
The world wakes to a new dawn, and we are here to greet it. Not as conquerors, but as saviors. Yes, I would like that. No more gods or monsters, no devils or demons to manipulate our fate. We reclaimed our freedom, though everything was against us. What would you do with it? Yes, that would be good. I'm sure my mother has missed me. She likes competition. We can put the Gondians back to work, rebuild the Steel Watch, and march on the Underdark with an unstoppable army at our back. And a song of conquest on our lips. It will be a glorious homecoming, and you will make a beautiful queen. My name belongs to my mother, so our house will have a new name, your name, and the world will learn to fear it. But we can look to the future tomorrow, or the day after. Today, let us think only of ourselves in this moment. We have won a lifetime together.
Interesting. I haven't seen that play out before, so that's why I wanted to do it. And then I think there might be a little thing in the epilogue.
6 months since the Netherbrain fell, you have often doubted the decisions that led you to the depths of the Underdark. Here, there is little comfort. There is only conflict, danger, and war against impossible odds. But there is also joy. Even though your camps are haunted by scuttling spiders and Lolth-sworn soldiers, when you lie with Minthara, you feel like you could tear down the world, and you're building an army of your own. The outcasts, the exiles, and the rebels flock to your cause. Now you must leave them for a brief while and return to the surface, for you have received an invitation to meet with friends and allies once more.
Thou wert called here, some from above, some below. For with thine bond, together thou hast kept the wheel of fate spinning when it threatened to halt. though thou wert drawn far apart in the months after the collapse of the Absolute. Tonight, fate renews thy bond once more. Thou shouldst take care to preserve it. It is a great weapon, wielded in the hand of good. Go. Know one another once more.
Okay, so we've seen the epilogue before, so we're not going to go fully through it. We need to get animal speaking.
On my way.
The owlbear's playing with a lightning bug.
I need a quick word.
Friend? Friend! You came! Big Brother Scratch, too! Happy. Yes. Miss this. More. Yes. Big. But Scratch is smart. Teaches me many things. Like Big Brother. Widders? No. You smell very delicious. Follow smell, find you. Lots. Make friends with a turtle, a cat, a kraken. Kraken eats my cat friend, so I bite, kill. With shiny clothes, I am strong. Tired now. Want sleep. Want cave.
So we have two options here, Halsin or Shadowheart. I'm going to send him to Halsin this time.
Bear man? He is big, but not bigger than me. I like him. I go to him.
If you don't have Speak with Animals as a spell, you can find one in a chest in here, or on a table in here, or something inside this back area. So you can get all the dialogues and that sort of stuff here.
Starting to wonder if you'd show up. Honestly, so have I. Oh, come here, will you? It's been forever. You feel a little more substantial than before. Less camping and scrounging off the land, I take it? I suppose I do, don't I? I'm glad you seem well. Trudy. I had no doubt, but I'm glad to hear you say it all the same. I found a little cottage. Abandoned, half ruined. There's a lot of such places to be found thanks to the Absolute's armies. I've been making it my own. Healing. Learning to live again. It's hard to think of all that was robbed from them, but they're intent on making every day count for double. My mother's mind still drifts every now and again, but she has more good days than not so good days. She taught me her recipe for apple and plum pie, and when I tasted it, I actually remembered it from when I was a little girl. Some things can't be taken from you, it seems. Father's making himself useful.
helping me fix up the cottage and caring for the animals. You should see the amount I have now. He's been waiting years for this. Now he can't stop smiling. Sorry, I'm rambling. Family life and pastry recipes probably aren't the most interesting topics for such a historic reunion. As am I. And no small bit surprised, also. Part of me is afraid I'll wake up from the dream and find myself back in the wilds, or worse, at the cloister. But no, it's real. Must I? You presume a great deal. I'm joking. Of course I want to know. Tell me all.
So you can go through all of this.
Do you ever rest? Think of all those poor, budding adventurers looking to make a name for themselves. Take some time off and give them a chance, why don't you? Hopefully these meetups will become a regular occurrence. It's not that I miss the tadpoles, but at least it brought us together. Now we've got to make the extra effort ourselves. I'm sure we will, but let's be proactive about it all the same. We're more than capable. After all, we've faced down bigger threats than wrangling together a few social calendars. Oh, before you go, how does a red dragon plan their day? They don't. They just wing it. Sorry. My father's got years of terrible jokes stocked up that he never got to tell me when I was younger, but lucky for him, I've never heard them. And seemingly, I am easily amused. As if you'd have me any other way. Go on, you've got mingling to do. I'll work on my punchlines some more.
So it's always good to hear what the characters have been up to. Now again, over here, this chest has every piece of clothing in it and every dye. So if you're interested in changing your appearance throughout this encounter, you certainly can. For me, it doesn't really matter very much. I'm going to kind of just focus quickly on the main characters here and not go through all of this. Because we are going to be getting long, and I'm sure you guys don't want to really care about just watching cutscenes all that much. But we'll talk to Tara.
Oh, right. You. Hello. Yes, I'm certain it is. As for you, well, I've heard congratulations are in order. You helped Mr. Dekarios save Baldur's Gate from the Absolute, isn't that right? That doesn't sound like him. But whichever way you want to remember it, well done, I suppose. You ought to come visit myself and Gale when you're able, if you can extract yourself from what I'm sure are very important responsibilities. We'll send word by pigeon when we've need of you. I used to have a taste for them, but a great many things have changed in recent months. Ta-ta, darling.
Such a pity.
And then Gale walked off.
I expect that.
Well, well. Look what the Tressim dragged in. Professor Gale Dekarios of Blackstaff Academy, educator of the esteemed School of Illusion. A pleasure to remake your acquaintance. She did not. I'm delighted to report. I surrendered the crown of Karsus to her, as I told you I would, and in return she cured me of the orb at last. Even now I struggle to put the feelings into words. It was like Exhaling for the first time after holding my breath for so very long. Of course, I haven't clarified with my students that the orb is no longer a threat. The legend of my explosive capabilities is an excellent means of controlling a classroom. Too good, if anything. I spend most of my time trying to convince them how much fun the study of magic can be. But it'd be easier to crack a smile on an intellect devourer than some of my pupils. Ah, so you still remember our little lesson. It was at that moment, the weave connecting us, that I realized how much your friendship had come to mean to me. As it still does. You were, of course, indulging me in submitting to such a lesson. Teaching you was hardly an effort at all. Not like my present cohort of apprentices. Oh, they try their best, of course, when they can manage to stay awake.
The cheek of them! Nothing a well-placed swipe from Tara can't fix, though.
And what of you? What are you making of this newfound lease of life we earned? And I couldn't be happier for you. A fitting reward for the sacrifices you made in getting here. I've told my students plenty of tales about our escapades. You're something of a hero to them, you know? I'll be delighted to introduce you to my current cohort as a guest lecturer, perhaps. I'm sure they'd have plenty of questions for you. Excellent. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist the allure of sharing your expertise. Of course, you'll be most welcome to stay with me in my tower. My apologies, Tara. That would be our tower. It will give us plenty of time to catch up on your adventures. I'm very curious to know what you've been up to these past months. But I suspect the telling of that tale would keep you tied to me all evening. So, in the spirit of selflessness, I encourage you to mix and mingle for now, with time enough to come.
And yeah, Jerry, the trailer for that looks pretty interesting. It's also interesting that, yeah, it's Jennifer English that is voicing the main character but Aliona Baranova, her partner, is voicing the antagonist character in the same game. So it's pretty cool that they got to work on the same one.
My eyes deceive me. Well, look who it is. My murderous little friend. What have you been up to? Fallen back into old habits? Well, that's a relief. I didn't want to have to ruin a perfectly good evening by having to kill you. Never mind a perfectly good set of clothes. This cloth stains at the slightest drop of blood. It's awful. Of course. I've tried to taste everything this world has to offer. It has been a joy. I've been rediscovering what it means to be alive. More or less. Cazador's mansion has become my palace, and played host to every kind of banquet and soiree and masquerade imaginable. And of course, has seen its fair share of hedonism, clandestine deals, and the occasional disappearance. Whatever it takes to build up my influence over those who matter. I'm spinning my web. Power grows slowly, but I have nothing but time now. Rather wonderfully, actually. I've been making all sorts of new friends. They're the kind of friends that would see me burn the first chance they get. But that's all in the nature of the game, isn't it? But the important thing is I am doing wonderfully. Finally having a life that's worth living. And who knows what's next? There's an entire world out there, ready for the taking.
Neil Newbon is so good as Astarion.
Perhaps the next time we meet, we'll have grander conquests to toast. I did miss you, you know. There is a sense of loneliness that comes with power. We did share a wonderful adventure, you and I. A pity to see it end in some ways. But we have great new lives stretching out before us, and great new adventures to go on. I will never forget the time we spent together, though. And I know you'll never forget me. Until next time, darling.
Even a duke deserves a night off.
One of my favorite characters.
For 2 months I trained the Knights of the Comet. For 2 more I skewered Kithraki bellies. And for 2 more yet, I traveled through Limbo. I never imagined we'd be standing toe-to-toe on this day, in this place. Nothing but allies, I always told myself. A necessary partnership. But in spite of every strained word, every barbed glance, seeing you brings me even more pleasure than taking a Royal Inquisitor's head. A bit. It's taken a dozen Gish's talents, a few stolen psi crystals, and 2 10 days of effort to conjure my projection. Worth it, I'd say. I miss this place. This Fey Run. Shractalor. I wouldn't expect you to. The capital city of the Githzerai, an exiled people, once kin with mine, until the madness of civil war ripped our one sky into 2. Our Gish sent word of the rebellion to their god king Zareth Minthara through the cosmos. He's agreed to parley. It's fallen to me to secure an alliance. My blade is keen as ever, but it was you who showed me that a proper victory doesn't always require a razor-sharp edge. Sometimes, a sincere plea is more persuasive than a dagger against the neck. Minthara Gith is an ascetic. He reached out in good faith. This is his way. It is in this spirit that I must meet him. And if he refuses, I carry on. Gravity pulls me in but one direction. I am a warrior of the comet. I will not rest until I burn Vlaakith's bones to ash and smash her phylactery to pieces. My people will be free. But you've heard that refrain before. Zealous, bossy, insistent. All part and parcel of my undeniable charm. I admit, I've longed for his guiding wisdom more than once, but I have not heard tell of him, nor has my mind felt his presence. Gith's son has been lost to the shadows. Perhaps one day, when the Lich Queen is dust, he will step into the light. Soon, when the comet has risen, when the Lich Queen has crumbled to dust, I miss this place. More to the point, I miss you. I wouldn't even deny it with Vlaakith's vorpal blade at my neck. Though, I'd rather it not come to that. Now go, mingle a bit. That's the word, right? Mingle. I'll be back one day. The Overgod himself couldn't keep me away.
Oh, we just got a couple more to talk to. We're not going to go through everybody, like I say, but we are going to talk to Will.
To your relief, your projection holds. It took a dozen Gish's talents, a few stolen psi crystals, and 2 10 days of effort to conjure it. You can touch, taste, and talk, but your fleshy body is in
This is
Limbo,
interesting.
the home of the mystical Githzerai. Once the Githzerai god king Menyar
I think this is supposedly supposed to be
cosmos.
dialogue if you have played
knows of your
as
rebellion.
Lae'zel as an
And he's
origin
agreed
character.
to parley should the Githzerai join.
What's the word on the rebellion? I presume you've cracked open more Kithraki heads than you could possibly count.
Yeah, this is as if I was Lae'zel. That's an interesting bug.
Then you did keep count. I'm afraid since we last met, my corpse count remains a paltry 0. Unless you count the boars I felled on ducal hunts. Rebuilding a city requires a politic mind. A sharp soldering blade, not so much. Bargains must be made. Coin must change hands. Tongues must be held in check. Father leaves me to my own devices, though he's got no shortage of advice when I ask for it. Still, I make the decisions I see fit. The ones I think will restore the city to glory. I serve only Baldur's Gate, not a devil of the first hell. I've missed you too. The rush of battles we fought, the heart-to-hearts, the nights around the fire, the comfort of knowing I didn't face the unknown alone. If I had to do it all over again, and I'd rather not, to be clear, I can't imagine not having you at my side. Father's very well, and back in his element, commanding the flaming fist with as brave a heart as ever. Floric, bless her soul, convinced him to withhold the lashings and scoldings, though I know he was tempted. The likes of Gortash can bend people's minds with a few chosen words. No tadpole needed. Bane's chosen primed the fist for a war they weren't meant to win. He convinced them there was an assassin hiding in every shadow, that cruelty was the correct answer to crisis. With a few exceptions, Father's pardoned every last fist. If my forgiveness not be Tyr's will, so be it. I shall forgive them all the same. His words, not mine. He still believes in the bow and the blade, but with Floric's help, he's teaching the fist a new lesson. Valor is found not in the wounds you inflict, but in the lives that you have bettered. May they all take it to heart. I've had more than a few challenges, given the horns sprouting from my head. The people know me as one of the champions who saved their beloved city. They know Ravengard blood flows through my veins. The patriarchs, the aristocracy, the councils of Waterdeep and Arm, their arms aren't so wide open. Still, there's no friction that can't be greased with a sly promise or a proposition. Disbanded, to be formed anew. I don't expect a soldier or street sweeper to see through the schemes of a tyrant like Gortash. But the city's lords and ladies were all too eager to abandon their oaths and bend the knee. My father, Older Ravengard, is now Grand Duke of the Triad, Keeper of the Fist. Floric is now Grand Duke of the Crossing, the face of devotion. And I am Will Ravengard, Grand Duke of the Worm, Heart of the Gate. We will yet be 4. Until such time and after, we will enact the will of the People's Parliament. Baldur's Gate is nothing without its citizens, both in the upper and lower. Our duty is to them, and only them. The jewel of the coast will shine ever bright, welcoming the weak and the weary from wherever they hail. We are building new housing, not just shanties, but homes where families can rest their heads, plant gardens, pursue happiness. Amazing what can be done when Parliament and the Council pressure the upper city elites to open their coffers. I'm sure the Silver Shields can make do without a few more jeweled crowns. Of course. Never. The hexes and eldritch blasts, losing them took getting used to. They left behind a cold abyss where fire once raged. So I stoked a new one. Now the burning comes from within me, not from the depths of Avernus. Go on, the night's young. You shouldn't waste a moment of it. Or waste a single drop of wine for that matter. I plan on downing half a bottle myself. Oops, did I say half a bottle? I meant half a dozen.
Oh, Will as Duke in Baldur's Gate. And again, you can go back and look at previous playthroughs to get the interactions with Millie and Minsk and Volo and Jaheira. I'm going to focus on 2 more and then, or 3 more I take it, and that's it. We didn't talk to Scratch yet. Scratch has been with us since Act 1.
A familiar sight. Scratch can't quite speak around the thing he has in his mouth.
I found this. It smelled like you, so I kept it. Seemed like something you might like to throw. Oh, I've been so good. I've got a nice home in the city now. A girl named Mindy says I'm her best friend. She's mine too. Also you and Albert. I've got so many best friends, I hardly know who to play with. I certainly have, and I always will. Forever, I think. And so will you. You know best, but a little fetch never hurt anyone, as far as I know.
And the astral prism is here, and you can pick it up, you can throw it and fetch and play fetch with him, just like you could with his ball. And now we're going to go talk to Minthara.
Face I know well indeed.
Yes, my love. Are you done talking to your friends? Can we leave? I think not. They may respect me or fear me, but I do not think they like me. Your affection is the only thing that matters. Let us finish our socializing and be done. In truth, I have never enjoyed parties, although they do present the perfect opportunity for a poisoning. Taste my lips. They are already laced with toxins. None shall be spared tonight, not even you. Now go. Mingle, carouse, indulge. Tomorrow we return to the Underdark, and our campaign against my house continues. We will need all of our strength. I always have strength enough for you. Do not make me wait long. I expect that.
And then somebody else who's been with us since Act 1. And that's Withers. And this is going to end most of the playthrough. There is an after credits cutscene that we'll watch. But somewhere in here there is a potion of animal speaking that you can pick up. Like I say, I don't know entirely where it is right now, but it is in here.
Thou feelst it still. She is not here. She who was the boldest. Hast thy thoughts been with brave Karlach often? She would not come. Truly, most of the time it was she who was strong for thee. Didst thou not employ her ever to carry all of thine loot?
Now that's funny.
Thou art safe and warm because of her, even if her mortal fire has gone out. In but a dozen 10 days, an entire life was lived. More than mortal years. Mortal centuries were hers. Thy band, thy bond, gave that life to her. Not like thou wert her kin. It was written in her heart. Surely thou knowest that. In the fugue plane, her soul burns so bright, it pains the gods to look upon. Recall that in time all changeth and all is rejoined. Thou shalt be with her again. What indeed? Prick up thy ears and listen.
And thanks, Rudi, in the potion rack there on the wall.
The balance of the world restored. The balance of these lives, mortal and otherwise, brought to account. Hear me, thou heroes, wastrels, friends. I have waited long to tell you these words. It is over. For now. Thou played thy part in weaving the fabric of fate itself, but for every thread you sewed, so did the gods unravel another. Sleep, rest, revel, but be ready, for thou mayst yet be needed. Until we meet again, I wish thee every possible fortune, health, wealth, love, and above all, problems worth solving. To you.
And that noise you heard was me completing the Foe Hammer achievement, or completing the game in honor mode. Now I do encourage you, and like I always say, the first time I do a playthrough, I watch through the credits, and I did that the first playthrough that I finished. We're not going to do it again. There is an after credit scene.
There thou art, the dead three. Thy faces gods, thy actions barely worthy of the name. Didst truly believe thy ploy would succeed? Didst believe I would not notice? Thou soughtst to bolster thy strength by taking away the souls of mortals. But souls vanish when their hosts become mind flayers. Didst think the other gods would not notice? Gods thou may be, yet thou hast proven thyself fools. Everyone. The supplication of Bane, the whimper of Baal, the death mule of Merkel. Felled by mortals. I overestimated thee. They did not. Vermin, away. Thou wilt trouble us no more.
As Jurgal, he would know more about those three than anyone. And that is going to end our playthrough. It has been 53 weeks. That is shocking and amazing to me every time it happens that all of you have been here to watch me go through this journey for that long. It's been an incredible one, and I can't thank all of you enough. I know you've been offering your thanks in the chat, but at the end of the day, this is very little deserving on my end. I want to say thank you to all of you, all of my subscribers, all of the people who have been here even without a subscription through all of these live streams and offering your support at every turn. I can't say anything but thank you very much. I've said it before, I don't do this for money or for subscriptions or likes or anything like that. I don't ask for those things. All I really do this for is for the enjoyment of playing the games and for the absolute fun that I have interacting with all of you as my community. So again, thank you very, very much for that. And without further ado, I will sign off and say, as always, without your support, none of this would be possible. This is Commander Jorval saying, until next time, fare thee well.